I am actually drawing a blank at the moment at where Dude is.
Dude is with Cap.
Same place. Yep.
That's right. Okay. I was trying to. I was trying to go. I was retracing my steps mentally because it's the day after the melancholy drunk,
Mm-hmm.
and we had the discussion with Colleen about the advisability of taking the job.
All right. Well, let's catch back up with Colleen then.
Yay.
What did Colleen do after Dude and Cap went to the thing?
She went to a room. Like
Okay.
a good girl. Now, what she's doing in the room, on the other hand, is she is basically prepping for this whole thing. What she's trying to prepare is basically a program that once she has the system access, that hopefully she's able to basically send a warning message, basically an emergency broadcast, as in seek cover now, environmental breach, things like that. So she's creating at least the base code for that sort of thing, since she doesn't exactly know just what type of access she will have.
Okay.
And she's also reviewing things like how to basically breach environmental systems, basically drawing on the experience she did when she was fucking around with the door on Asshole Tower.
So she's preparing two separate hacks, it sounds like.
I mean, it's going to be one big hack, and I mean, her idea is still when she before she opens that thing to send a warning message.
I'm still gonna have to treat it as two separate hacks, because what she's trying to do, as described by the job, that is one specific hack. That's one hack that she's preparing to do. What she's trying to do with the warning message is not included in any part of the original plan, and so I'm treating that as a separate hack that she can prepare.
But yes, that's the plan. She's basically trading at least the baseline codes to kind of expedite things. So
okay.
She's
and I'll
preparing.
I'll let her prepare two hacks because she does have a +2 intelligence modifier.
She's also pretty damn good at hacking.
That too.
There is one thing she's gonna do. She really would like to modify her compad a little.
Okay.
Basically, to make sure that that thing, even if it looks off, that it can record everything.
Interesting.
It's like she's paranoid or something.
It is like she's paranoid or something. She's going to need access to some scrap parts or electronic components, not salvage or anything, but electronic components, and or just stores to buy these things at, obviously.
Yes.
And she's going to need to take some time to take it apart and try and fiddle with the wires and the connections.
That's fine. But yeah, that's basically how she's going to spend her time.
Okay. What does she want to do first? Prepare the hacks? Prepare the hacking lines, I guess I'd say it. Not specific hacks, because it's not like you gotta prepare a separate hack for each hacking attempt you would do, otherwise that +2 penalty would get pretty severe. Is she going to prepare her hack lines, or is she going to modify the compad?
She's going to modify the compad first.
Okay. Where does she want to get those electronic bits and pieces from?
Well, I feel like there should be an electronics store somewhere.
Oh yeah, there certainly is.
Otherwise, she just needs to go somewhere and buys like 1 or 2 more compads to basically take apart for the spare parts.
Okay. And want to make sure it didn't get electrocuted, huh? That's awesome. See, I was right. It was all about murder.
Okay. It's not about murder.
So she's talking datapad, not compad, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, she communicates mostly through that thing anyway.
Yeah.
But yes.
My apologies for being tardy.
That's alright. I just went along with Colleen. Well, data slabs by themselves are normally 300 credits.
Well, Colleen recently came into some money.
She did.
I mean, if they have the parts, she's buying the parts. It's just if, let's say, not a parts store.
Well, it also
Then she would
depends on
improvise that way.
how far she wants to go, how long she wants to take getting there. Does she want to go to the residential area and get just standard data slabs, or is she gonna, which is farther away, or is she going to stay in the touristy area and get touristy data slabs?
Just needs some
Parts
data
and
slabs.
components
She's
will
just-
probably only be available in the residential area or will require some hunting around.
Nah, she would go for speed in that case and just get some data pads.
Okay.
The
Is-
touristy area is fine.
Okay. So they're charging 500 for each. And
Cool. Colleen recently came into some money.
okay. It is going to take 2 to get the parts that Colleen thinks that she needs for this.
Oh well. Can't put a price on safety.
So it's marked down that each data slab is yielding you 6 effectively salvage, and whatever you've got left over, of course, you can just convert straight to your scrap pile. That way it's not completely lost cost.
That works.
Okay. Colleen, while she's out and about getting her data slabs from a tourism vendor, and data slabs are, of course, very thematic, very neat. She sees the silent call because she sees people suddenly finish up their shopping and rush to get a cab to the tour to the bend, as they're calling it. And while she's finishing up her transaction there, she sees a second kind of silent alert of people looking like they've been rushing to get out there, and now frustrated that they don't know what to do next. They're no longer trying to get there. This is, of course, after several have already made their way, rushed to a cab, and gotten there. And she has her data slabs.
Yay. Well, back to work.
Alright, she takes them back to the hotel room, and I'm going to switch over to Dude and Cap. You just experienced the wave of repressive anger, so much rage that it couldn't go anywhere. It's like it was being forced internalizing, and impotent rage. And you see that people are unclear, uncertain, just don't know what to do with this. There are some that are more affected than others, and it's not just an off-on. It's only off-on for PCs. It's a whole spectrum of severity on the reaction. The shutters clamp down.
Does the oh shoot. Does the feeling go away when the shutters get clamped down?
It's no longer being fed, but they're still lingering. It's still there, internalized, just in the pit of your stomach, waiting for a target that just isn't around.
Refresh me real quick. Did dude get that too?
If I remember right, you both made your save. You both felt
Yeah.
it, but you, in fact, yeah, I don't know when that changed. You can scroll straight up and see it. Huh. I think that's new. I thought each session used to start with a brand new, fresh chat.
No,
No, it's supposed to be able to.
Okay.
it's been,
Well,
I can
there it
scroll all
is.
the way to the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there it is. Yeah, you both made your save. You still felt it. You just aren't actually being affected. That's why I said it's binary for PCs. I tell you what the effect is, what the action is creating, what the effect it has is, and tell you that you can act however you want with no mechanical impact.
Right.
Technically, the characters that you're playing are also on the spectrum, but they're placed wherever you guys want them to be, with no mechanical impact.
Right. So, the wave of unfocused, impotent anger. I mean, did that feel to dude like he got angry at something, or did it was just
I felt like it was bubbling up from something deep inside.
and as soon as he stopped seeing outside, he got less it felt less angry.
Well, the bubble. Somebody turned off the heat. If it was boiling up from inside while that window was open, it was continuing to boil. Pot on a hot stove, and once that shutter closed, the pot was removed from the stove. It's still hot, it's still bubbling, but it's not being fed heat.
I mean, dude looks over at Cap. Is her resting bitch face giving any indication that she felt anything at the same moment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cap looks disturbed.
He kind of. Okay, what the hell was that? Because I'm guessing you've got that too.
Yes, I did. I don't know what that was, but I think it came from them. And
What the hell
are
are
they
those?
empathic? Is that the word?
Shit, don't ask me. But what the hell are those things?
Those are the natives.
Well, yeah, I kind of meant that as more of a what the fuck rhetorical. Like, all I ever heard from the touristy shit was they were just like semi-sentient bundles of energy. I didn't think they were supposed to be able to do shit like that.
I don't think they have a very good understanding of what they're dealing with.
As you guys are talking, you notice that the staff are handling the situation. They are going around, and they are the prettiest faces. They're going around and calming the people around, giving them shots of something after speaking with them briefly and presumably getting their consent. You can listen in if you want. But the people that they've talked to and that they've given a shot of something seem to breathe easier, calm down, and shake it off.
Does anyone approach us?
Yeah, they're making their way towards you. You guys are not, for whatever reason, you just were positioned outside of their immediate path.
I feel like we would have intentionally not been front row for any of this.
That would be the for whatever reason. I figured you wouldn't be.
Okay, they're taking us. Cap, I think they know this does that. Because they sure as shit don't seem surprised.
If they're prepared for this kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Cap takes a few deep breaths.
Nemo reports that he is hearing on the channel to administer dopamine. I don't know if that's a real drug, but if it is a real drug, this isn't that dopamine. Emma, you'd be able to answer that better than any of us, I think.
It sounds like dopamine, which
Yep,
I mean,
it does.
it probably is some kind of variance on that, I would assume. So
Okay.
I don't know if it's a real thing.
Okay, well, if it is, this isn't this
Right.
isn't it.
It would be the generic name anyway.
Dopamine is a producer from Poland.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a house music producer.
Well,
So,
there you go.
drop a mine.
not-
Yes, it's Dropamine. Dopamine. Dropamine. As
Ins-
opposed to dopamine.
well, instead of dropping a bomb, you're dropping a mine.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, Nemo reports that he is hearing chatter on that security channel that he's got access to, secure channel, that to administer dopamine. That is unfortunately, however, all he gets. The channel that he has access to is the communication on it is very tightly controlled.
Dude turns to Cap. Cap, I don't trust whatever the hell they're shooting into those people, even if it seems to be calming them down. I think I'd kind of prefer to.
It seems like it's optional, so we don't. No, we're not going to take it. Don't worry.
Do you want to get out of here? I think we need to liaise with Colleen. I feel like this might put a wrinkle in her thing.
Yes, I think that is a wise idea.
Okay. If you don't approach any of the staff, then they keep moving on to others who are still practically catatonic. You guys are ambulatory yourself and not all that affected. They're triaging you if you don't approach any of them. Guess
We
it.
look okay.
Yeah, triage usually works the other way around, but well, it works in this case.
Mm-hmm. No. The dude puts a tight smile on his face and moves towards the exit.
Okay.
Cap just looks as bitchy as ever.
But she looked like that when she walked in, so nothing has changed.
Yeah.
Okay. You actually have to wait a little bit. The cabs are in high demand right now, but by a little bit, I mean maybe 1 or 2 minutes.
Cap is gonna call Colleen.
Go for Colleen.
Kid, we need to meet. Something happened and we need to talk about it.
Well, I'm in my room. Kind of busy. but drop by?
All right, we'll see you shortly.
Can't wait.
Your cab arrives and is easily able to take you on to the hotel. You get a couple of others that are asking to ride along in the same cab with you, and he's looking to fill up. There's no cost, but he is looking to move as many people as possible. So he just gives an immediate hop on in.
Yeah, Cap will let other people join them.
Okay. There's a little bit of chatter from a couple that are heading back to the hotel. They're both clearly a little bit shaken, but slow. It's like they're high.
Because they probably are. Just saying.
And they're taking the event with a kind of easygoing process. They're shaken, but talking about it as if, wow, that was unusual. Yeah, that was unusual.
Is this your first time here?
No.
Have you seen that before?
No. And the woman pipes up, I've seen the shutters down. And they
But
actually
you
get into a little bit of a argument between themselves. He asks, "No, you have," or says, "No, you haven't." When? And she says, "Yes, I have." Blah blah blah. Do you try to interrupt them?
No. Cap watches them though and listens.
They are doped up on something. It's not anything severe. It's just kind of slowing them, more or less. They do finally hash out whether she's seen the shutters down or not, and turns out that he was asleep that day. The whole day, if their doped up memories are to be believed. But he vaguely remembers that. And then they kind of
Cap will look at the cabbie in the mirror and say, This happen often?
Bunches up his bushy mustache. Nope.
Is he lying?
Do you ask him that?
No, I try to get the sense of whether or not he's lying.
Go ahead and roll wisdom notice.
Where is my... I always have to hunt for my character. Do I get a bonus for this, since obviously, like, from the chatter and the response and stuff, Cap has a pretty good idea of that this has happened before?
No, you don't get a bonus on trying to discern if he's lying, unless you want a placebonus. When you're trying to discern if somebody's given off any indicators of deceit like that,
That's okay.
You get a great roll anyways. You're just looking at how they're handling the information. You're not looking at whether the information they have conflicts with what you've got. If anytime there's a clear conflict between what information you've got and information they have, you don't have to believe someone. You can just flat out decide that they're lying.
I don't believe him, but yeah, I want to see if she can tell if he's lying.
He's not giving much to go on. You'll probably need to interact with him a little bit more to get more out of this role, but he's not giving off any eye movements, any body language that suggests that he's just making this shit up on the fly, or that he's providing a scripted response.
Wasn't actually thinking like scripted response, but like so she'll ask him. She'll just say, "Huh, I don't know. Folks seemed pretty prepared down at the viewing point. I mean, they had stuff to treat people with pretty quickly."
Yeah. I ain't seen it.
Do they pay you extra if there are kind of emergencies like this?
He leans over and spits on his own passenger seat.
So you don't get paid if they make you take passengers like this on this short notice, and
I barely get paid enough to feed my family. And my daughter.
Wait till he was filled up. Doesn't that mean the passenger seat is occupied?
Nope, he's got all four of you in the back. It's spacious. You're not cramped into like a little Volkswagen Fit Uber ride. Or not Volkswagen, whatever. Fit
So
Uber
it's not
ride.
a clown car yet.
It's not a clown car, no. He glances up at the mirror, seeking out Cap, says, "Now my daughter, she got herself on the culture team. She's doing mighty fine, but you think she throws a penny her old pop's way? No. Fucking ungrateful bitch."
Kids tend to be ungrateful to their parents and elders. Trust me, I've got a problem child of my own.
His eyes soften a little bit, and he nods. "No, ma'am, I can't say this happens often, but I just give people rides."
Well, it's appreciated. And hopefully your daughter will come around and understand that, you're her parent and you supported her.
He's rolling his eyes, forgetting that you can still see him.
One can always hope.
Nobody comes back from the culture team.
Where do they go?
She's still around. Nobody comes back from the mindset of the culture team. That's the high society. That's the elite.
And she's not taking care of her dad. That's a real shame.
I do well enough.
Man,
The mouths
I
are
feel
fed. Barely.
Yeah. I mean, I can't speak for, your own personal situation, but I feel like she might give it some time and she might understand what you did for her and might want to come back to you.
You don't get it, son. She's in the clouds now. She's among the cream of the crop. She can't associate with me.
Cap will kind of arch a brow at that. Can't associate with you?
Not if she wants to maintain her score or whatever they do up there.
So there's a whole nother level to this place.
I don't mean physically. I mean politically, mentally.
They treat people that badly.
Shit, you don't know what the culture team is, do you?
This is our first time to the planet.
Yeah, man, we're to the tourist-ish.
The couple that was picked up says, culture team is great.
What do they do?
Anything?
Again, Cap raises an eyebrow and says, anything?
Your cabbie gives a warning glare at the couple, and then looks back at Cap. They're the cream of the customer service, the tourism industry. You see somebody that shines and sparkles above all else, that's my daughter.
Doesn't sound like they're very good people.
He does not respond.
I didn't think you would. So they run this place. Basically.
They're the face that you see. Now, not all of them. Not everyone in the tourism side of culture is on the culture team. The culture team is just the best.
What do they do? Please forgive my ignorance. I'm genuinely curious.
Make sure tourists of culture, on culture, have the best time here they can. Return with the best stories and bring more friends next time.
So they orchestrate the shows and...
No. They're just pretty faces. It's the brains behind them that's orchestrating all that.
And who are the brains?
Just the government.
Well, I mean, that makes sense. You telling me that nobody from the higher echelon goes slumming? Because I find it hard to believe that the people in the high society don't come down to the dive bars at least every now and then.
Not if they want to keep working where they are.
Well, shit, man, that's just working against human nature.
It seems odd that they wouldn't want to interact with the people who are working for them or working, providing the services that, folks like you do.
He barks a laugh. We ain't bringing in the money.
But if they didn't have the services you provide, they'd have a much harder time getting folks around here, and the tourist trade would die off, you'd think.
I'm not sure where you're coming from, ma'am. Government pays me to do what I do. I drive people around. Culture team live in their fancy palaces, get their fancy bubble baths, and please their guests. We're just on different sides of the track.
And if you try to cross over, you get hit by a train.
Oh, there's no chance for someone like me to cross over, but someone from the culture team comes around and starts being seen places they ain't ought to be. Find themselves right back over on this side of the tracks.
Seems really unfair to me. Well, what do I know?
And you're at your hotel.
Is there a way for Cap to tip the cab driver?
Yes, there is a way to tip your cabbie.
Okay. She will give him a generous tip.
Okay. Generous enough that it's coming off your character sheet? Or out of you guys' stored credits?
It can come off of my character sheet, 100 credits.
Okay. He sombers a little bit and nods his head. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And
good luck with your kid.
Well, I can watch her with pride from a distance. That's good enough, right?
Sometimes it has to be. Sometimes we have to let our kids do what they gotta do. Sometimes you gotta smack them upside the head. Speaking of which, she looks at Dude. Says, it's time to take care of ours.
Yeah, I think you're right, Cap.
You folks take care of your kid. And
That's the plan, man.
The other couple finally realizes, oh, we're here.
Do you need some help into the hotel?
No, I've been here before.
Are you sure about that? Sorry.
Yeah, they get themselves out of the cab and start towards the hotel, giving you a little hand wave.
Cap gives him a wave back.
And while we're on the topic of credits, last week I gave you a wrong price. I said it was only 200 credits per person per day. Do you guys know if you marked that off on the player notes or on wherever you're keeping track of that kind of cost?
Player notes.
I don't think I did because I hadn't.
Or not? It would be in ship inventory, I think. Okay. Okay. Well, I wasn't going to retcon if it had been marked, but I don't need to retcon because it wasn't marked. It's actually 500 per person, with Nemo being only 300. So let's make sure we get.
I don't know where we keep our money. I think that was the problem.
Sorry, it's ship inventory. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not player notes.
Yeah, we hadn't been separating out individual money.
Well, Cap has her own money.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
so
I've been tracking him on money, but not the expenses that were coming out of the common account.
So it's 500 for each of you, plus 300 for Nemo, total of 1,800.
1,800?
Yeah.
Why didn't we just rent a storage box?
Because then you wouldn't be in the tourist area.
Alright, I am taking that off now.
Okay.
Gesundheit. Bless you.
Sorry.
Emma's allergic to spending fake money. You alright there?
Yep, I'm okay. Just all right, so that's fixed.
Okay. Cool.
No, we kicked up dust when we were replacing the fan.
Oh.
So there was a fan over the dining room table with, you know, like a ceiling fan with lights, and one of the lights is broken and blah blah blah. And my brother gave me a light fixture that they were replacing. It was practically new. So my friend who's been helping me with the cabinets
Mm-hmm.
hung the light for me.
Okay. Nice.
So, but we kicked up some dust, and that's what I'm allergic to.
Reasonable.
And I don't have any allergy medicine. So, yeah. Sorry.
No worries. You're able to make your way back to Colleen, back to your rooms with minimal fuss.
Knock on Colleen's door.
Yes.
It's Cap.
Come in.
Okay. Cap and Dude will go in. At least I assume Dude's going with her.
Oh yeah.
Colleen's only been back for 10 to 15 minutes, so just enough to start pulling things apart if she was going to do that immediately, knowing that Cap and Dude were coming back. And I'm sorry, I missed your response.
Yep.
Okay. Alright. Colleen has got wires and electronics all over the place, including one of your own data pads.
What on earth are you doing?
Insurance policy. Need to modify my pad a little. That way it records everything.
Cap will start to tell Colleen about what happened at the show, and also about the discussion with the cabbie. I still don't like that you're doing this, but I'm beginning to think the government here on SOS kind of shisty.
Yeah, it's like the world is just black and white.
I never thought that. But they gave those folks something. There's something else going on here with the natives.
It would not surprise me.
Yeah, and they knew. Like, this isn't a surprise to them either.
No, it wasn't at all.
Oh, chances are if you could break into one of the government facilities, hack the system, you could probably find out more. Oh,
Gee,
wait.
who do we know who can do that?
You mean, who do you know who's planning on doing that?
I want you to be very, very careful. I know you're gonna be. I know I don't need to tell you this, but I need to say it.
It's okay.
I still don't trust the union guy.
Oh, I don't trust him at all. Hopefully it gave me 99,000. 9,000. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Wait, how much? Yeah, 99,000 reasons. Damn, I already spent 1,000 reasons. Damn it.
Yeah, I just feel like
And
there's more going on here than
He was telling you.
I'm sure there is. You thought I bought the whole, oh yeah, I'm doing it for the good of the miners thing? I don't think so.
I think those creatures are psychically gifted. I think they
Neat.
communicate through emotions.
Well, what did they feel?
pretty damn pissed off.
It was anger at, I think, feeling of betrayal.
Oh,
And like it's still there.
well, makes you
But
wonder what they were promised.
we only got a very brief glimpse of them as before the shutters came down.
Wasn't Nemo going to talk to them or something like that?
Nemo's going to talk to the guy who thinks that he can communicate with them.
Who maybe not as crazy as he seemed initially.
Yeah. I'm sure he's still crazy.
Yeah, but that's Nemo for you.
I wasn't talking about Nemo.
Oh.
No, the guy he was gonna go talk to. I don't think he's as crazy as people have made him out to be.
Probably not.
So Nemo was gonna go talk to him. Maybe now that he's a bit, hopefully a bit more sober and coherent, he might be able to give better answers.
Hey, one can hope.
But you said 6 o'clock. What time is it now?
6 or 8, actually.
It was, I believe, 8 o'clock when that, well, when the call went out. So it would be about 8:45, almost 9 now.
We need to get if Nemo's not over there yet, he needs to get over there. Like, we need answers.
Yep.
As soon as possible.
Oh, well, yeah, out there. See if you can maybe find some maps or someone who has heard of a planet placeholder.
A what?
Planet is called placeholder. That's where dude burned everything to the ground. Sorry, I fished for every information I could get, but most of the records of your little trial are kind of sealed.
As a GM note, she is actually saying a name, not placeholder. That is a character placeholder. You're hearing it as characters, not players.
Okay.
Should
We're
totally call that
hearing
thing
we're hearing the
placeholder.
name of the planet.
Unless
Not
Colleen is
as
actually
planet.
saying placeholder when she knows the name of the planet.
No,
Yeah.
just saying as a player, you should just call it placeholder.
I'm not actually going to do that.
I said the people who found that planet was, we're gonna call it something cool. Can't wait till later. Let's put placeholder down.
Cap looks at dude kind of briefly. I don't think she knew that.
Also,
No, this is new
thing looks very
information.
relationship. Yeah, this
Oh,
whole
it is
thing
known
looks very
information.
relationshipy. Cause no,
You're breaking up, Nick. Emma, I think you asked if it was known information. No, it was new information. Actually, it might be me that's breaking up. Can anybody hear me?
I
Hello?
can hear you.
Okay. Okay, they may both have lost connectivity.
That's because it's our internet.
Okay.
seems fine now though.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, Colleen was just saying that the whole thing looks very relationshipy to her, seeing, and she tells him that not only did he kill his childhood friends, but his girlfriend was in the mix as well. And that he got those 15 life sentences, then spent obviously 15 years in prison, broke out, and then he destroyed 27 city blocks. But yeah, we would have to go to the planet for me to find out more.
I'll be back in just a moment. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I appreciate the little bit of looking into. I doubt that there's going to be much information you'd find out just on the basic galactic net. I feel like I might have to wait until we get closer to what used to be home before any better information is going to come up.
Pretty much. At this point, you would have to get at the data from the trial.
Yeah.
Since we don't know what your motive was, if you even confessed to being guilty or innocent or just plain out of your mind. You haven't felt like starting any fires recently, have you?
No.
Just an urge deep down inside, seeing things go up in flames?
Nope. I feel like I've been all right.
Alright, let me know how you feel about this later when things go up in flames. Just see if there's an unhealthy fascination somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, at least there's someone out there who either broke you out or you just used the opportunity.
Yeah. I feel like, I don't know, maybe it was some kind of recruitment for something. We certainly seem to have been working for somebody when we were doing our thing as the Raza.
Yeah, I get that impression. That reminds me, though. Weren't you the one who told me that this is the new life, we shouldn't look too much into the past?
I may have been.
Wrong?
No, I may have been the person that said that. I didn't say I was the person that says that now.
Okay. Well, I'll keep looking into it. If there's something else, I'll let you know.
I appreciate it.
Maybe that's why we get along so well. According to your rap sheet, you burned a lot of people, and I burned one people. I would imagine old men count double.
I thought old people were 10 points.
Yes.
Alright. Well, we're still kind of waiting on Emma here. Being that the three of you are actively engaged in conversation.
Well, for Colleen, the conversation is more a side thing.
Well, no, I mean, this was a conversation between Dude and Colleen, but the three of you were actively engaged in a conversation from which you took a break to have the side conversation because Emma wasn't here.
I was gonna ask, how's the guitar coming along?
I haven't made a lot of progress just yet.
You know what, I had my head and I had an idea. You should get some of these glowing strands and put them in. I mean, that thing will be powered anyway, so might as well light it up a little. Would make for great strings. You just have some of those fibers woven in. Imagine if you strike them, they light up. Maybe even in different colors.
Could be neat.
Oh, and I would drastically recommend everything that needs to go to the ship should be either loaded or ready for loading. Depending on how long this goes, we might want to depart. Or be ready to depart.
Well, I'll take this opportunity to, this is primarily asking you, Nick. I'd never heard that word combination before. At least not that I recognized as making another word. So, this is primarily directed at Nick, you. But of course, Matt is welcome to chime in. I'm not completely thrilled with the way hiding and seeking works in space. To me, it is way too many dice rolls. And I've been kind of pushing around my brain alternatives to reduce the number of dice rolls. And kind of wanted to ask if you had any thoughts on that. So now that Emma's back, kind of just keep that in the back of your mind.
Yeah, I can give it some thought. I mean, quick question: where do you see the too many dice rolls primarily?
Well, you get into a system, and you have to roll a die to you have to roll a check to hide, and then you're rolling a check to detect other ships. And if there are other ships in the area, they all roll a check to hide if they're hiding, and they all roll a check to detect other ships. And it's just like, can we just reduce some of these to static numbers?
Okay.
So obviously, I don't want to make it more difficult, make it considerably more difficult for the player. I don't mind if it's a little bit more difficult because hiding should be hard. But you guys also have tools on your ship that would or should circumvent some of those difficulties and keep things at current status quo for you, current difficulty levels.
I was
I
just
feel
gonna
like
say it's more a problem if you have tons of individual ships. Because if, let's say, it's a group of ships, it's one roll for the group.
hmm I think the other thing is that I mean, it in some circumstances you'd be doing one roll without the other, because there certainly would be circumstances where ships would be searching for other ships without trying to hide themselves.
Um, Yeah, but it's not so much that there's other ships out there that aren't trying to hide. It's more that if a roll is required to hide, then I at least have to pantomime rolling that roll. Otherwise, you know that there are no other ships out there trying to hide.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mind if it's just a static DC only for NPCs. But I also want to put a little bit more investment into it for the player that is trying to hide. But we'll talk about that later now that M's back.
Yeah,
You guys
look it
want to
over and see if I have any ideas.
okay? You guys want to pick up where you left off? There was a little bit of side conversation about life, memory, and guitars.
Okay.
While Cap was distracted in thought or with something else. And now you guys
That's
are
exactly what it was.
okay. And now you guys are back at Cap is attentive again, and looking at the other two.
Yeah, after that little revelation from Colleen about Dude's past, yeah, Cap got lost in thought for a moment and then seems to shake it off and says to Colleen, I'm like, is there anything more you can find out before you break into the system? Like, can you look up information on the government and the culture, what did he call them?
Culture team.
Oh, I was gonna say culture club, and I know that's not right.
No, Mr. Vane, it is not.
I feel like isn't it not just that this guy might have different motives, obviously, but I feel like there might be more to this than just what they think they're telling you to do. I'm worried those things out there are more dangerous. I mean, you might trigger something else.
That's my concern as well. If the atmosphere gets in, what if those things got in?
They will trash the place.
I mean, what if they do more? That's
Well,
the
they do have
problem.
armed response teams for maintenance and things. I will be careful. But honestly, before I get to anything that has connection to the government system, I don't think there will be much found on what was it, culture team?
Culture team, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they seem to do a lot of data filtering to basically make everything look pretty neat and not troublesome.
And that troubles me. What are they filtering out that people should know before being tourists here?
I don't know. They'll probably filter it all out. But if you look at it, you don't see any real emergency response plans, things like that. But from what you tell me, obviously they have things in place. And obviously there's no warning about, well, the creatures themselves. And it seems their society is pretty regulated. Everything looks too nice, too neat. But there's a city undercurrent.
Cap rolls her eyes a little bit at that.
Yeah. I just feel like we're operating with less information than, well, I mean, shit, we're always operating with less information than we should be having, but there is something else going on here.
Most likely.
This job, does it absolutely have to be on this time frame that they're talking about?
Yeah. I mean, he said he picked the time because it's kind of low cycle for basically the entire personnel there. So there's people and everything. And since there are people who will do some of the legwork, that probably needs to be coordinated. So yeah,
I still don't like it.
I'm not a particular fond of it either. But we do need the money. Because there is nothing else really available. So that and having an in with you will be good.
Assuming it actually gets us an in. Or rather, you, because Union thinks I'm dead still. Hopefully.
Well, it depends on how well they coordinate with anything the Galactic Mandate puts out.
I assume there has to be some sort of cooperation.
Well, I would imagine they exchange information, but if it's enough for them to update their systems, who knows?
Dude kind of looks at Cap. I don't. Oh man. I'd just like to get on our ship and get the fuck out of here. But I think we're in a little too far. This feels just like a giant pain in the ass.
So the
Well, it
job. Let's get
absolutely is
paid
a jive.
and let's get out of here.
I feel like we're doing a job for the wrong people. That's all I'm saying.
But then I also don't think that the government here necessarily are the right people.
Yeah, again, you ain't wrong.
This is what they call moral dilemmas, right?
Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I feel like there might be a third side to all this bullshit, and that might actually be the people. But none of them have approached us.
Yeah, the people of this planet, just that the whole, if you go to the culture team, you can't have any contact with common people. I think stupid.
Yeah, they're controlling shit.
I mean, if the locals are kept this much in the dark too,
Yeah, I feel like we just might be fucking the people that actually deserve not to get fucked.
yeah.
Problem is we can't exactly go, you know,
Waltzing
swagger in
into the
our.
government.
Yeah. Well, and not just that, like we just don't know what the fuck is going on this planet, and anything we do, I feel like is screwing somebody. I think I'd just prefer not to screw the regular assholes and.
People just trying to make a living.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
How much time we got, kid?
A few hours.
Well, tell you what. How about once everything is packed up, just stand by and ready, and if there's something really fishy going on, I'll let you know. Because if there is, then I could probably use some help.
Is there some kind of, aside from what Union's doing, is there anything like rumblings about the locals being like a civilian resistance group?
I mean, I haven't really seen anything, but if so, they certainly weren't recruiting. Hell, I couldn't even find a hacker scene on this planet. Which also leads me to believe that's part of what they're all suppressing. I mean, they have a pretty tight grip on everything.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to
I
Disneyland,
mean,
China. Sorry.
Yeah,
No, you're not
that's
wrong.
solid. Yeah.
so it's Mickey Mouse?
Honestly, welcome to Disneyland.
Yeah.
I've known people that have worked. Yeah, you.
Mhm. I know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, just stand by in case of trouble. And as I said, if it looks like it's something super nefarious, I definitely would not do it.
Well, I think it is super nefarious.
Well, yeah.
Super nefarious where lots of people get killed.
Can you make it so if can you monitor where those beings are? And if
I
they try to
don't
get
know.
in, can you put the shutters down to keep them out? Because just kind of an offhand thought, if those things try to get in, and we can stop them from getting in, we probably should.
Well, I
Because
don't know
they'll
what the
do way
system
more
can do.
damage than just getting some atmosphere inside the building, I would think.
Well, that would kind of trash the place.
Yeah, we don't want that.
That's literally the job.
No. Oh, I don't know this in character. That's not the job, is it, Mike? It's not to let those creatures in, but the atmosphere, right?
What Colleen has been told, yes.
So I think you may have misunderstood when he said let Zeus in was let the atmosphere in, not let the Sue in.
Well, to be fair, he actually wasn't any more specific about that.
Huh, I thought he was.
I don't recall him being, but just for the sake of moving on, or moving past this specific point, because it's an important point, but I did not intend it to be a point of confusion. He does mean the atmosphere, yes.
Okay, because I thought that question was asked, and he clarified, no, we want to let the atmosphere of Zeus in, but okay. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't done the recap, so it's not fresh in my memory. But yeah, that is we'll leave that as the understanding.
Okay.
I mean, in all fairness, I suspect he has, since he already has people in place that will place the lanterns and everything. I would not be surprised if he has a crew somewhere else that will do other things. Still couldn't find anything out about that stupid frigate in orbit.
There's a frigate in orbit?
Yeah? Was here when we got here?
Oh, yeah.
But I would need to get into the government systems to find out more. I mean, granted, they could all be taking a holiday, but yeah. But yeah. Oh, but let's go with that. As I said, if it looks like a lot of people would die or get hurt, I definitely won't do it. Trashing the place is fine. And if you get everything ready, just stand by. And if something goes seriously wrong, I'll call you right away.
I don't know. I just think this is going to hurt more people than it helps.
Yeah, I don't really think this job is about helping people.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think it's gonna help anybody.
Other than
Well, yeah, I mean the rich.
Yes, the other rich. But in this case, rich, multi-planetary corporation with lots of influence. I said it's not great, it's just the only thing that was.
Alright, let's see if we can get in touch with Nemo and see if he's gotten any information yet.
Well, keep me posted. Still got work to do.
Cap will leave her to it. For now.
All right.
Yeah.
Glad you're in heaven, Mike.
I posted in the Stars Without Number Discord that my players have spent the last hour discussing the moral implications of a job. I left out discussing and investigating in part, but all comes down to the same thing. And I'm like, yeah, this is great. I'm in GM heaven. So we've got Dude and Cap, and not sure what they're doing going forward. I do know what Colleen's doing, but not in what order. What is Colleen doing? She's gonna finish up the data slab.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, that's
And-
going to involve both a programming with hack roll, programming hack intelligence, and fix intelligence roll.
You rang?
Okay. While she's doing that, what are Cap and Dude doing?
Messaging Nemo. So they can go back to Cap's room. She'll message Nemo, see if he has anything.
He says that he's been unable to find the person that he was hoping would still be recuperating in his apartment.
Check the hospital again.
He points out that for efficiency-wise, you are much closer to the hospital, Cap.
Yes, but you've been there before.
He says that he'll add whatever local resident hospital may be in the residential area, and then he'll head back over to the Bend.
I think we should go back to the Sioux viewing area.
Okay.
And see if anything has changed.
Okay. You guys leave the hotel and go down, hail a ride. I don't like calling them cabs just because that gives me the wrong image. These aren't nice. These are like the elite of Uber in this area, at least. Those that are giving you free transportation to and from. When you call for a cab that'll take you into the residential area, those are just kind of normal rides, and the quality of those, or at least the outward appearance of those, varies, but never goes below a certain threshold where they would be considered unsightly.
The unsightly cabs are all in the residential area.
Yes, and you did see some of those.
Yeah.
When the ride stops and you get in, he asks, "Where are you going?" He says, "Oh, the Bend is closed for now."
Is there something wrong?
Yeah, some problem with the ventilation.
Sounds quite serious, actually.
Yeah, a bunch of people got sick apparently. There's a full investigation into how it happened, and we'll probably see it on the nightly news.
Well, good that you can always rely on the local news reporters to let you know what's going on.
Yeah, they give us an unbiased spin. He says it unironically.
I got it.
Cap just looks at dude for a second.
Yeah, the look is shared.
Hello, Fox.
And CNN and everybody
Well,
else.
nowadays it's everybody, yeah.
Actually, it's probably more just hello, government news agency.
Yeah.
Considering this place, I doubt there is independent local news. Welcome to your local propaganda channel. No, the year isn't 1984. Why do you ask?
This planet does give me a very 1984-esque vibe, which I'm sure is the intention.
The DM will not comment. Except to say that he does like the movie 1984.
Well, Cap, you want to see if there's some place nearby we can hang out in case it opens back up? Because, I mean, man, we're real eager to go see it. Maybe they'll finish fixing what they got to do.
Oh, yeah, let's do that.
Is there a coffee shop nearby, man?
Your driver very helpfully recommends some nice places. And if you're looking for some more adult-themed entertainment, it's just down the street.
Glad to hear it.
Slight brow raised at that.
Alright, since you guys are on a timer, I'll try and keep you better informed of the time. You're now at about 9:30 when you arrive. And you have your pick of the various coffee places. Hang on. Coffee places, cafes, bars are a little bit farther down. The strip joints are farther down. And of course, there's all kinds of just neat places to hang out and spend money.
Of course.
Colleen, those rolls are good enough that she has taken apart the 3 data slabs, injected the bits of hacking that she needed to do to get the 1 data pad to, well, do what she wants, and has put it back together. Her rolls were good enough to do that all within about 45 minutes, catching you right up to the players here. And you still have half of one of those data pads, well, parts of both of them, so you can add 6 whole salvage to your total.
Woohoo!
Oh wait, my brain was getting those numbers mixed up again. Let's see. No, that is right, because they were 300 each, which is each one is 6 points of 50 credit salvage, which is oh yeah, wow. Math, come on, I used to be so good at math. Okay, I'm trying to convert each 50 credit item of spare parts into a single piece of salvage. which is where my
Well-
math is going wrong. So you get to add 300 credits worth of scrap to your total.
So 5.
No, 5. It's just 300 credits. It would be 6 units of spare parts, which is what I was trying to get at, which are each 50 credits.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then 6.
No,
6 times 50 is 300.
yes, yeah. The only reason that the spare parts exists in my mind is to tell you how much scrap equals 1 encumbrance. That could have been done more easily, but simply by saying 50 pieces of scrap or 50 credits worth of scrap equals 1 encumbrance. But I think the author may have had other ideas in mind when he was putting this economy together, and I just don't understand them, or I'm ignoring them. But yeah, you get 300 scrap left out of what you paid for those data slabs. And they are considered otherwise unusable and junk.
So how much encumbrance is it for those?
The data slabs that you just took apart, which are each 1 encumbrance, I believe, are now 5 encumbrance. 6
Please,
encumbrance.
the scrap in dude's room.
um, they can't possibly be more encumbrance, or that much more encumbrance. They could be more just because they're no longer so tightly compacted into a unit, but it's not going to be difficult to carry back. Call it 2 encumbrance at most.
Yeah, she still has to leave him in dude's room.
Okay.
Because I
Okay.
would literally max out Colleen completely.
I need
Up
to
to
look
and
at her.
including backpack.
I need to look at her character sheet just to see this, because all the characters I've played so far have had above 10 strength.
Yeah, no. I mean, she has 3 encumbrance for readied stuff, and with the backpack, 7 for stowed.
It's so low.
Yes, the reason she did not want to modify one of the Void drones.
Oh, they're heavier, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
5.
Ooh, yeah, that's heavier. She wouldn't be able to carry anything. She'd have to have the toolkit readied and have 2 other stowed encumbrance for what, a metatool and a data slab. Does a data slab actually take anything?
I'd have to check. It might. But there's a reason she didn't bring a toolkit. Or the storage unit.
How did you find that?
Yep. Data slab encumbrance 1.
Or did you make it?
Wait, make what?
The image. That
Oh,
comic.
meme generator.
So you just made that just now?
Yep.
That's awesome.
And you which meme was perfect for that, and I just looked up meme generator for it.
Perfect. Alright. Back to... Yes. Once you get it back to the ship, you'll be able to add 300 credits of scrap to your inventory. But since it's in Dude's room right now, and you guys may be entering a situation where you don't go back to Dude's room, you'll have to leave it off the ship inventory for now.
Okay.
What is Colleen doing next? She has her She has her data slab modified so that she can enter into the system and actually probably puts it on the lock screen, I imagine. A secret gesture or hand swipe or something that allows her to make it look like the screen is locked and just doing whatever it does as always on display, or even make it look like it is turned completely off.
Yep, that's the way it looks. If it's that either it looks off or even that you can't tell if it's on and being usable. That's basically just records things without giving an indication of it.
Okay.
Afterwards, she's gonna work on at least the basic outline for the program to basically send an alert to everybody.
Alright, 1 second. Okay, so she's starting with that hack. Is she's spending the hour on it?
Yes.
Okay. She's basically preparing a hack for her hack.
Yep. Safety first.
There is no role to begin preparing this hack. She's simply going over what little she knows about these systems, with a lot of assumptions that she can reasonably make. And
yep, basically flashy message, and the only thing she incorporates is from what she's found. Basically, this is where the safe rooms are.
Okay. Okay. An hour passes for Colleen as she prepares that. Dude and Cap.
Cap actually wants to see if she can find like a way into the area, like where the way into the bend. Is there security that's like, are they just not taking people in, or is there actually security keeping people out?
Okay. How does she want to go about finding this information?
Kind of strolling down the street towards the bend.
Okay, so you had the driver take you to the
place and drop us off.
Entertainment area, at the very edge, I assume. And now you're just going to walk towards the bend.
Yep.
Okay. It is a few city blocks, so you'll be walking for a small amount of time. But you can do so, and as you are approaching where you've seen the drivers take people to the bend, there's actually only one road going in. This is the feature of this city that has the most accurate representation on the map. You do see that there are a handful of armed and armored guards. They appear to be blocking the road.
So they weren't joking. I wonder, like,
it's not terrifying armor, I'll say.
It's very shiny.
No, I don't think it's shiny either. I'm actually having difficulty thinking about it or visualizing it, but it's clearly designed to be functional, non-threatening, so not to actually scare people with it just being there, but also clearly security. English police, British police.
Mm-hmm.
They look non-threatening, but you know that they're police.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is, however, packing a combat field uniform.
Hmm. Cap will actually slowly approach, kind of like the curious bystander expression, like like they were wanting to go walk around and.
Mm-hmm. Hey, look, there's guards. What's going on?
Yeah, what's going on? Yeah.
Okay. As you get closer, you can... Hang on. Wrong way. So, combat field uniform probably means about as much to you all as it did to me the first few times reading it, or hearing the name. It is sophisticated battle dress fabricated from TL4 ablative coatings, rich plates, and shock-activated soft components. Standard uniform for well-equipped TL4 frontline soldiers. That's what you're looking at. He's not wearing his helmet, but you can see that he has a helmet to wear. And has a laser rifle slung at his side. He steps forward as you actively approach, holds up his hand, says, "I'm sorry, the bend is closed off for repairs."
Did something happen?
Yeah, just a small incident.
Oh, hope nobody was hurt.
Probably just a prank by one of the locals.
Does that happen a lot?
No. No, we have very stringent security for the safety of fine visitors like yourself. He smiles dazzlingly.
Right, well, do you have any idea how long repairs are gonna take?
Kind of glances back down the road. Well, not really. Give it however long the brainy heads really need for it. Safety first, right?
Well, of course.
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe how much money this city is losing from this short closure. He says that with a hand cupped to the side of his head, as if he's trying to block anybody else who might not shouldn't hear that from hearing it. It's the stage whisper.
Uh-huh.
Cap will kind of lean in a little bit and say, it's the biggest attraction, right?
The biggest.
Kind of is sotto voce. Oh shoot! What was I gonna say?
He is his cap stalling, or is this you? Not stalling, but losing words.
It's me, because
okay.
my brain just went.
Okay, glad you're still alive and talking.
Give me just a second, brain to reprocess what I was gonna say. If they find out what happened? Somebody gonna get in trouble for it? I mean, if it was a local pulling some kind of a prank and the city loses that much money.
He's by this time sidled up right next to you guys. He's in a very relaxed stance, very casual. He shrugs. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I don't really know. Looks down at his rifle. Tell you the truth, I think it's the first time I've worn this outside of training since I started.
It's a very serious event then, right?
Yeah. I guess I shouldn't be laughing and joking about it, should I? Kind of winks at Cap.
She gives him a dazzling smile back. She's an attractive woman.
She is.
When she chooses to smile. Well, I mean, even serious things, if you don't, joke about them a little bit, just puts everybody on edge.
I know, right? My buddy lost his pinky finger. It is completely off-world. He's a one of those minor folks, and he came back. All he had to say was, "At least it wasn't his middle finger." 'Cause you get it, he's a virgin, so he can still tell people to fuck off.
Cap chuckles at that.
This guy thinks it's the most funny thing ever. He's laughing at his own joke.
Mm-hmm.
Guess the mines are pretty dangerous too then, huh?
Oh no, he was working somewhere else. He came back here because it's just easier and better. There's more safety here. You can go over to, Madeira. Yeah, that place is dangerous.
What makes it so dangerous? We
Well,
haven't been there, right?
You guys have not been there. However, that is where Ferdinand Stretland was very, very seriously trying to get you to go on a dangerous excursion.
Oh, yes, that's right. Alright, so retcon that a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard they have lots of dangerous animals, and beasts and creatures there that people hunt.
The most. But it described one of the creatures as a rhinoceros with a hammer for a head.
That would be very terrifying.
And bigger, too. Yeah. This is clearly a better place to be a miner. Or a security guard. This is a pretty sweet gig, too.
Well, you get to see all of the people who are coming and going. I imagine it's, interesting to watch at least.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of interesting folks here. But if you've seen the performances at the zoo,
Well, certainly was hoping to.
And seeing people come back from one of those performances, now that brings a man to tears.
Have you seen one of them yourself?
Emma, go ahead and roll a whiz notice check here. Or we'll see what that rolls. Hang on, let me look at a character sheet just so that I can see if there's anything else I'd want rolled or allow rolled. For this, I would actually allow you to roll whiz shoot instead.
Whiz shoot. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I take the whiz notice?
You can take the roll from the whiz notice. I should have given you the options before you actually clicked any dice.
Okay,
So
sorry.
if you would have preferred to roll shoot instead of notice, knowing that it all gives you different information, then I'll let you take the roll and choose which modifier you're going to apply to it, which skill you're going to use.
I think probably the whiz shoot might give her. Considering that this is a security guard,
Mm-hmm.
it might actually give her a better information, I would think.
It might. Okay. So that would end up being a 10, because your shoot is 1 point higher than notice. If I read all that right. And sorry for the interruption there. What was the last thing that Cap said to him?
Have you seen one of the shows yourself?
Have you seen one of the shows yourself? He kind of jaunts to the side a little bit, or shifts his weight to the side, looks back over at the band. No, I've always been on shift when they've started and never posted right in there. And Emma, the result of that roll, he doesn't look like a soldier. He doesn't have the right posture. He's not handling his rifle right.
It looks like it's the first time he's held the gun.
Probably not the first time, but he's certainly not a practiced veteran at it.
Not like Cap is a practiced veteran.
Right. There are just some intuitive things that Cap knows without knowing where she learned them, that she simply knows, and he's violating some of those.
Interesting. So, you guys don't see a lot of action here in general, do you?
No, Sue is a peaceful place. Not many people come here to start trouble.
Well, I mean, you got a pretty heavy tourism industry. I doubt people will mess that up.
Yep.
Gotta
People
imagine.
generally don't go to tourist planets to start things, right?
No, people just want to come here, relax, have a vacation, throw their troubles behind them for a week or two.
Yeah, boy, you guys would be pretty screwed if you didn't have this to fall back on. You'd just be another mining rock.
I guess you could say that. I mean, I don't know if it would be. I'd be out of a job. Oh, maybe no. I could probably work security for the miners. Well,
Yeah, I
no,
was gonna
because
say,
you can't really
they're
do
always
anything
gonna
if those aliens decide to attack.
Do you think there's a risk of that?
No. They've been the most peaceful thing since we started here. Since we started mining here, started bringing people around.
Oh shit. Well, that's why we wanted to take a look. We heard great stuff about it, man.
Tell you what, you come back in a couple of hours and I'll make sure you get in there.
Well,
I know
that's
some
much
of the back
appreciated.
roads.
Well, all right, man.
As long as you don't go telling everyone.
Well,
Hey,
of course not. Wouldn't do that.
Lips are sealed.
Well, I'll be right here. Name's Caston, by the way. Come on back.
Nice to meet you, Caston.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
She does not give her name.
Uh-huh.
I look forward to seeing you later.
Alright. Use a little two-finger salute. Kind of salute. More like a goodbye Raises his hand, the side of his head, 2 fingers aimed at you. I'll be looking forward to seeing you two.
And she'll kind of give the little head nod to dude, to the the let's head out.
And Castan goes back to where he was standing before you guys walked up, standing next to the other security guard who did have his helmet on.
Cap will wait until they're well out of earshot and say, well, that was interesting. Did you see the way he was holding his gun?
Well, I mean, he was holding his gun.
I don't think he really knows how to use it.
Well, he seemed pretty laid back for being a security guard, and a little too quick to. Well, here's the secret info. Yeah, these guys, they ain't well trained
At all.
now. That guy is paid to stand there and look slightly threatening to tourists.
Pretty much. I would not want to be them if something bad goes down.
Yeah, if shit gets real, they're pretty well screwed. Unless we just happen to find the one, I'm just here to get my money and stand here security guard, and the rest of them are all highly trained professionals.
I don't think so.
Yeah, that don't seem likely.
Not these guys, anyway. They may have a different kind of force, I suppose.
I mean, if they're running a totalitarian government that is built on the idea of keeping everybody under control, you gotta figure they got at least a core of reliable soldiers. I mean, they can't just assume that there ain't gonna be any kind of armed uprising or any shit. At least that's not how I would run a totalitarian government. Maybe they got something up their sleeves. I guess that shit. We are just missing big chunks of important information. We're gonna go screwing around with this planet's entire ecosystem.
Cap will rub her temples a little bit. Timetables on this too damn short.
Yeah, well, you ain't wrong there. I mean, yeah, money and a jobs is good, and if we can build a rep, that's great. Well, if we can build a rep that isn't our rep, that's better.
And this just feels like the same old shit that we've done.
Yeah. I really wish the kid hadn't taken this job without asking us.
And I'm not just gonna leave her to rot, and I think she knows that.
Well, shit, yeah. At this point, we're the only people we've got.
Yeah. Ain't that the truth?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, we told the other guys up on the ship, but I don't know. I think they're still a little too skittish around us to.
Wouldn't you be?
Yeah, probably. I ain't seen that Kishin relax at all. And the little kid, he cleans up all right, and he helps, but I guess trying to pet a dog that's been kicked a little too long. He always kind of skitters back. Yeah, well.
Let's face it, I can be pretty scary.
You ain't wrong about that. Let's get a cup of coffee. Maybe that'll make you a little less scary.
Grumpy? We need Nemo to find that man.
Yeah. How's he? Any word from him yet?
She checks her messages.
Nope. He reports that he is heading over to the hospital at the Bend, but has heard reports that the main tourism attraction is shut down.
Those reports are true. Did you get any more information on? Did you hear anything about why?
Nope. After hearing the authorization over that one channel he's had access to go out to administer the dopamine, he has not heard anything else on that channel.
Interesting. Hold on one second. My friend is packing up to leave. I just want to confirm. Oh no, never mind. Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah, he painted and primed a couple of the outside windows. Or, well, he primed them. He didn't. Yeah. Anyway. So nothing more from the I don't want to say emergency response channel, but they probably moved it to more private or controlled channels after that for the security forces.
It seems likely. From what you've been able to gather from what Nemo is hearing, it's not a channel for security. It is a channel for the the event coordinators, the people, the staff that are involved with this illusion of oh my, the sewer coming. The illusion of the spontaneous performances.
Yeah.
And with handling people that are actually at the amphitheater. So no, security guards are probably on this channel or hearing the channel, but it is not their security channel.
Right. All right, keep me updated if you do hear anything or if you find the man we need to talk to.
Will do, Captain.
Just turn to dude and say, "Let's get that coffee."
Now, I will tell you that as a GM, I'm hesitant to NPC Nemo through that interaction.
Yeah.
It's just the way tabletop role-playing goes as we get older. Sometimes the characters are not going to be at full capacity. Or things will get in their way, like him not being where he was expected to be.
Yep. And he may not be at the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's having an Irish coffee.
We don't know what this guy looks like, of course. Or do we?
I think Nemo could have described him. And you've got his name. Nemo also mentioned that he has blogs. Not recently updated, but there may be some way of identifying him using that.
Okay. So Cap is going to keep an eye out. See if they see him in the neighborhood. Because if he's addicted to the Sue performances, then he very well may actually be in the area.
He might be.
And we'll pick something that is close to the gate.
Do you mean the gate to the amphitheater where you were blocked off?
Yes.
That's still a couple of blocks away. There aren't. It's actually road between the entertainment refreshment area and the amphitheater area. It's not really walkable. I mean, it obviously is walkable. It's not the kind of thing where you can get into a position to see all the way down, especially being that this is all indoors.
Okay.
You can, however, put yourself in a position where you could see the only road that you're aware of going toward the bend.
Yes.
Okay.
So that, I think that would be good, positioning ourselves in a place that we can at least see down the road, see, and kind of people watch.
Okay. All right. You guys are at about 10 o'clock now. Colleen is. We'll say that she's actually that would be 10:30. So yeah, with the talking and the conversation, 10:30. Colleen is finished preparing that first hack. Does she move on to the second hack plan she's got? Hack design?
Yes.
Okay. Alright. This is going to take her about another hour. In the meantime, are Cap and Dude doing anything other than having a coffee and perhaps a bit of breakfast? Oh, you guys already had a big breakfast. So, coffee.
No. Not planning to, unless something crops up. At least on Dude's part.
Okay. And Cap?
mostly going to just people watch and keep her eyes out, and she'll look at Dude and say, if you ever need to talk about anything.
I know. I'm still processing. Just give me some time.
I figured, but wanted to actually say it. You ever need to talk?
Thank
Lord
you,
knows you've listened to me enough.
Cap. Oh, well. It's easy to listen. Lets people work their own shit out. 'Cause that's the only person who ever can in the end. At least that's what I think about it.
Well, I appreciate all of the support you've been giving me.
Yeah, well, like I said, who else have we got?
She nods and smiles warmly at him. It's good to have friends.
Yeah, yeah. Although with friends like Colleen, I know
It's a
she.
mixed bag.
Yeah, I know she means well. She's just got a strange set of priorities.
Ain't that the truth?
You can both give me a whiz notice roll. You are actively looking around after all.
Mhm. 2 4s.
Hey, you did better than me.
Yep. Um, Dude starts noticing that some of the hosts here, the staff, are better at what they're doing. There's only a couple amongst all the staff that you're seeing service is probably the wrong word to use there. Serve the guests, but they stand out as being exceptionally beautiful and charming. It's such a low amount that had you not gotten any word on this culture team, it could easily have just been, hey, these are very pretty people, very good at their job, working, in the service industry. But with that culture team in the back of his head, it may stand out. It at least registers as, those people are really good at what they're doing.
Hmm. Feel like something might be up.
Cap leans in and says, "What do you think? What are you thinking?"
Well, remember how you pointed out that the guy we talked to kind of didn't seem to know what he was doing?
But he had a very pretty face.
Mm-hmm. I'm noticing a bit more of the, you know, less looking like models and more looking like soldiers working their way in.
Wait, That sounds to me like the opposite of what I was trying to relate. Can you explain to me
Was
as a
it?
GM what you mean by that?
What I was wait, yeah. So what I thought I heard is that it seemed like more professional people were coming in.
Yeah, but professionally pretty.
Ah,
So
so
the other
even
way,
less competent.
no, they're very good at what they do.
Right,
The,
but they're not there to be soldiers. They're there to be pretty.
these are regular staff. These are people that are already serving drinks. As in, that's their job. They just happen to be better at it than the other people around, than the other staff around.
Okay.
If we were to give these NPCs levels, the common server around this area would be level 3, whereas you can pick out a couple that are level 10 at customer service.
Okay.
Alright.
So they might
Interruption.
be
Hmm?
right. So it seems like they might be staffing back up for regular tourist business.
That could be it.
Or they could be watching.
Okay. DM interruption is over.
So, yeah, so there are some of the exceptional people that that guy was talking about, basically. That the cabbie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And if dude points that out, does dude point out that the couple that he's noticing kind of sparkle?
Yeah, not
Okay.
necessarily in that terminology.
Okay.
They're shiny.
They're shiny, and yeah. Now that it's pointed out, they do stand a cut above the other servers. The other servers, like I said, they're not bad. They're competent at their job. They bring coffee, they smile, they chat up guests. Some less than others, but these two that he's able to point out are just making people happy everywhere they go with their beauty, with their words, with how they're treating people.
Cap's gonna watch them a little bit. Like if he kind of like, you know, gives a nod in their direction and.
Mm-hmm.
He definitely did, because it felt a little unusual.
Okay, watching them a little bit more. There's also a trend in how and whom they're catering to. It's difficult sometimes to tell the rich from the not so rich, or the rich from the super rich, when everybody is in tourist clothes. But they look like they're more focused on the super rich.
Get super rich to spend more money. Interesting. So they're not really paying any attention to Cap and Dude
No.
having a cup of coffee.
Neither of them have come over and sparkled at you guys, but you guys are also at the very edge.
Yeah.
By choice. You're wearing, if I remember right, you guys said that you picked up touristy clothes, so you're fitting in.
But not like nice.
Okay.
Not super touristy. No.
Okay. Didn't you come down in Monin robes? Or not
Yes.
robes, but Monin garb. You
Yeah.
managed to get some garb from Mona that was not robes.
Yeah. Cap also bought some more clothing here, but that's not what she's wearing.
Yeah. You two look nicer than you remember yourself ever looking right now.
That's not hard.
It's not difficult, no.
But yeah, Cap's not dressed in all black right now.
The resting
Dark
bitch face is
grays
almost
and
out of
blues,
place.
yes. Black, no.
If you don't do anything, they just continue on with what they're doing.
Yeah, Cap just wanted to observe the sparkling at a distance for a couple of minutes, and then kind of scans the crowd again to see, does she see the guy that Nemo was looking for
Mm-hmm.
anywhere, or someone that fit the description in the old picture.
Well, in one sense, the sparkling folks are probably doing a good job, even with the two of you, without even actually attending to you. Because you almost miss somebody trundling right up that road toward that security checkpoint. So, attention so focused, even when not trying to just focus, but drawn to those sparklers, that a few more minutes of that, and he would have been right around the corner, and you would have missed him. Dude notices him.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Our elusive quarry.
It might be from the back. It does at least match what you're expecting to see. It is about 11 o'clock right now.
Cap's going to get up and I assume the coffee's been paid for, so she'll get up and head down the road towards the guy.
Okay.
We would follow along. It seems like Cap has got her sights set on something.
Yeah, she'll give the head nod in the guy's direction. What was his name again? I'm sorry.
Dylan Ray, or just Dylan.
Ray.
Oh, it feels good to sit.
And see if we can intercept him and get his attention by be like, Dylan Ray?
Okay. How close do you want to get to him before you start calling out?
A couple feet.
Okay. So you basically want to pull right up at him.
Very close, yes.
Okay. He has half a block on you, but it won't be too difficult to catch up without running. He is a little bit more on the shuffling side.
Makes sense.
When you get there, you can almost see around a corner to where the security checkpoint was. Going a little bit farther, you would be able to see where you guys were stopped. You call out his name, and he stops and turns around, looks at you both. Yeah?
I've read your blog.
Oh! Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Which, in fairness, she probably did glance at it. At least to get a general idea, and then all of the information that Nemo spews.
Provides.
Provides, yes, thank you. That's a better word than spews.
Yeah. Yes, it is. He actually does provide you with quite a lot of good information.
Yes, he does, and it's appreciated. Don't get me wrong. Cap does appreciate Nemo. Just say so. I'm on the record as saying that Cap appreciates Nemo.
he kind of shuffles half a step towards you with his arms out. Oh, another fan.
I think you may have met a friend of ours. And she kind of describes Nemo a little bit.
Who?
He came to see you in the hospital.
Oh, yeah.
The
I remember a man. Had funny hair.
Yeah, he does. But I've read your blog, and I think it's very fascinating, your views on the Sioux.
They are so beautiful.
I haven't been able to see them yet, unfortunately. The
I'm
bend is
going right
closed.
now.
The bend is closed.
No, that never stops me.
It doesn't.
No.
Well, lay on, McDuff.
Come on with me. He's loud enough and you're close enough that if that security checkpoint is still in place, they certainly heard you.
Oops. Oh well. Yeah, she'll grab it. She'll hold a hand out to stop him and just say, well, and motion him closer.
What?
What about, she'll drop her voice. She's, there's security guards there,
Security guards? Oh,
she'll motion for him to put his voice down.
Security guards?
Yeah.
What? Why?
They were armed because I guess it's really dangerous to go in there right now.
Oh, but I'm not going into the bend.
You're not going into the bend?
No. No, it's just right around here. The worst part of this is, he actually seems like he might be sober.
Huh.
Dear God, help us all.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, I just keep your voice down. Where do you see them then?
I climbed through the walls and up into a, what is it? It's a room.
What's in the room?
It's just a window.
It's just a window?
There's chairs too. comfy chairs. I think maybe they use it for VIPs. But it's not always occupied. There's not always someone there.
So that's when you see them, is when it's not occupied.
Yeah.
Have you ever noticed the Sioux being angry? Like she's kind of tried to, like slowly move him off to the side to.
He's easy to manipulate. He's easy to move.
Okay.
I've seen them play at being angry. He rolls this. It's brilliant. They get all big and angry looking and stormy, and the tourist ship is all ah, ah. He's waving his arms, and yes, he is loud again.
She'll quiet him down.
He has to repeat himself, and he says with a little bit less waving of the arms, but it's still pantomime, just like, as if waving them less is quieter.
Yeah.
And then they back off, and it's well, I think they like it. They like scaring us.
So, do you think they're angry at us, like playing angry at people here?
I don't know. I haven't seen them today. He looks real concerned. Why? What happened? Why is there a security guard?
She looks over at dude. Well, we went to go see them this morning.
Oh, did you see them?
Not more than a glimpse before the shutters were closed.
Oh, so beautiful.
And I felt their anger.
It's deeply beautiful. Like, inside, not just anger. No, it was fake. They're just pretending.
It felt very real to me. Was a feeling of
the Sioux love us. Come with me, I'll show you. They'll dance for me, and I'll show you what it means. He starts heading back towards the security checkpoint. Stops, raises his finger. Security guards. Oh, come with me, and he starts backtracking.
Cap is gonna message Nemo. And tell them that she found the guy, and they're going with him. I have a bad feeling about this.
Does she include that in the message?
Yes.
Okay.
And can she enable it so that Nemo can track them?
That is something that you guys will have to either set up with Nemo and basically switch comm channels to be on his internal comm server, or something that you'll have to have Colleen introduce as a small hack into each of your data slabs. Right now, the only data slab that is hacked like that is Colleen's at Captain's request and Dude's at Captain's request. So no, there's nothing.
But any of us can track Dudes, right?
Oh yeah, I guess so. So yes, yeah.
She turns that on so that she tells Dude, turn it on so that he can follow.
Don't actually have to do anything. In fact, Unless Nick corrects me, I don't think Colleen created any kind of interface for it at all, except to click accept to install.
Yup. Basically in the background.
Yeah, it's already running. The dude doesn't know of any way to activate it, and may not even know that it's already always on. It is entirely up to Matt.
He just assumes that it's always on,
Okay.
knowing Colleen.
Okay. Dylan does backtrack a little ways, not so far that you're going to be incredibly suspicious to anybody watching. Although if there is anybody watching and they see you go into the passageway that he goes into, they will know that you're not supposed to be. He doesn't seem to even look behind him to, he just kind of opens up a door and proceeds on in. Not actually a door, a panel that doesn't really look. It actually is the equivalent of a hidden passage. And we're gonna put.
Speaking of the devil.
Hey guys.
Oh hey, welcome Mel. You just got a message from Cap. I'm gonna let Emma type that out to you because I'm gonna flip over to Colleen real quick. It's 11:30, and you have finished preparing your second hack.
Excellent.
What else is Colleen doing?
She is gonna pour over the maps she has of the place from the brochures and everything to basically get an idea of where's the facility, where can one go if one was running screaming out of there, where's the nearest safe room, and based on where basically that hatch, basically the entry point is that she's gonna open basically how to predict how would the flow of the atmosphere go. Basically map exit routes.
Okay.
And then a light breakfast.
I thought you guys already had a huge breakfast.
Second breakfast, yes.
so,
I'll be right back.
So she's
That
still.
was hours ago. That was ages ago.
It was hours ago. Literally, at least 2 hours ago.
That's an eternity.
So she's still on her try and eat everything binge.
Light breakfast. Something easy to digest in this case.
Okay.
Some coffee, some bread. She's not going crazy for this. Just some nutrition would be nice and some caffeine.
11sies.
Yes.
Afternoon tea.
Yes.
Okay.
Except coffee.
Mm-hmm. Philistine.
Okay. The maps that she got from the brochures and everything, they're not super helpful with where the safe rooms are and how the
go online to find better ones.
How the atmosphere would make it through, because they're tourist guide directions. They do give directions to safe zones, but they do mark in like this, this fine print, little map that you can expand to zoom in, but it looks like it is simply pointing, go here and then turn left and go in here. There's nothing more detailed in the brochures about that. Trying to find something online. I'm going to call a program int check, not hacking. Okay.
Yes, please.
She may question the reliability of the information because she is just getting it from various other people's posts. Nothing is official about what she's seen. Nothing has cited sources. It would be like trying to find the plans to the White House and getting them from dndmaps.com.
No, in fairness, I would trust those maps.
Probably trustworthy, yes. After all, that's actually where all my research on skyscrapers ended up. There were quite a few forums that are just skyscraper enthusiasts and posted several of the maps for me to see. Not for me to see, but that I could see. And it was just a hobbyist interest. And that's where she's getting a lot of this information from, so she can now start poring over that, correlating it, and trying to map out what's going to happen at various atmosphere lock failure points, and what the security, or not security, the safety rooms will do and mitigate, and how they'll work.
Yep, that's exactly what you do.
Okay. I will call for a roll for that later, because that's going to take her some time.
That's fine.
Okay. Nemo gets Captain's message and starts on his way back.
So what actually happened at the viewing center at the bend?
Did anybody tell Nemo what happened?
I don't remember if it was already said in character or not.
It helps if I double unmute myself.
Double
Because
unmute.
I double muted myself.
Both in Discord and on your headset?
Yep.
It's fun having multiple switches for shit like that.
No. Cap actually did not.
Okay, so then Nemo can ask now, and that's perfect, so it'll all be in character as we play. Does Nemo ask right now?
Not really. No, he wouldn't ask. I'm asking because I would like to know.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'd just like to know what I missed. He really doesn't care at this point.
Well, a brief recap, and of course you can go back and watch the VOD if you want the full details. The shutters ended up closing, which stopped the continual seemingly psychic wave of anger. And the event staff reacted pretty quickly. One thing that Nemo did get was over the channel that he's been hearing, he heard authorization to administer dopamine. And so he might ask about...
Sorry, you cut out there. Administer what?
Dopamine. It's like dopamine, but with an R.
Right.
Like Dropamine, as we discovered, is an actual band name. And once the staff started doing that, it calmed the impotently angry visitors and doped them up a bit. They were dopey. That's the short version.
Okay. Thank you.
Dylan is leading Cap and Dude down a small corridor. It's not exactly a maintenance corridor. It appears to be dressed nicely, even if it's not exactly the kind of like wide, welcoming hallway that you'd expect VIPs to walk down. It's nice, but not opulent. And you do actually have to climb a set of ladders to get up into the room that he was describing. Nemo, your driver makes decent distance and is able to drop you off right with a little bit of a puzzled look, but he's able to drop you off right where the road goes towards the cafes and entertainment, or splits off toward the venue. He would expect somebody to want to go the rest of the way to either one because it's a little bit of a walk, but you're paying him, so he drops you. And from Cap's instructions, I'm assuming she told him how to where to go and what panel to access. Okay, it's easy enough for Nemo to see what's effectively the hidden door, and he can start making that trip down the hallway as well. Does he do so?
Absolutely.
Okay. So it'll still take him a little bit longer to get to this room, and when I forgot his name for a second, when Dylan gets there, he's excited. Oh, you'll love this, and then bummed. Oh, why are the shutters down?
Well,
and
the Sioux were angry, so they put the shutters down.
The Sioux aren't angry. And he walks over to the shutters and starts looking around. He is it looks like he's trying to open them.
I don't think that's such a good idea. Will it set off alarms if you open that?
And looks over. Oh. Well,
I mean, I don't want you to get in any trouble, and I really don't want to get into any trouble for being where we're not supposed to be.
How else will you see the Sioux?
Well, we could just wait for them to put the shutters back up.
Huh. Okay. It is getting close to the approximately 2 hours you were told to hang back and wait before going back to see your buddy
garden.
Castan. Nemo catches up to you, and Dylan looks over. Oh! He holds his arms out. He's looking for a hug. Says, "My friend with the funny hair."
Nemo will absolutely hug him.
He gives Nemo a big pat on the back. Big bear hug. He's a very huggy man.
Hello, Dylan. I'm glad to see that you're feeling better.
Oh, they always treat me well here.
I bet I missed quite a show.
She keeps saying the Sioux were angry. The Sioux don't get angry.
You don't think they could? If they were provoked enough?
Maybe.
I mean, they're obviously intelligent.
How
so
could we even provoke them? They're on a completely different level from us. They're like, here, bam! And we're just people over here. We're three-dimensional, and they're like 7.
Do you think that they're psychically gifted?
Oh, yes! That's how they made all of the... structure, the building around us. He stands up as he's saying this, spreads his arms out with his palms upraised, and is trying to spin around, but is almost knocking you guys on the head. He's not even noticing. He's looking up at the ceiling.
They made all of this?
Well, they made it permanent. See, before the Sioux, this was just a mining colony. And the buildings melted. It's so hot out there. He trails off.
Well,
Well,
what did they do?
Like the Sioux.
They one day, and it almost sounds like he's reading off of the pamphlet you guys were given at this point. One day, the government, the planet, the SOS planet or the Union, they found sheets of metal curved and plastered in the same shape as the buildings here, and they fit, and they keep the heat out.
And the Sioux made these.
They had to. They were outside.
So they obviously want people here and want people to see them. They want to communicate.
They love us.
So, well, couldn't you imagine that might possibly make them angry then if, points to the closed shutters, if someone's trying to keep them out, keep them from spreading their love?
You're right. He stands up and starts back towards the shutters. We should
No,
open these.
I don't think we should.
But it might make the Sioux angry.
I think they were angry, and then the shutters came down, and it felt less angry.
But
I think we're
Yeah.
mixing up the order of operations here.
the Sioux don't get angry.
Well,
Trust me, I think they were.
well,
They're just playing.
to be fair, they might not have been angry, but they were certainly making everybody else angry.
But well, why?
Well, that is the question right there.
I could.
And in order to solve that question, we need to find a way to communicate with them.
I can see what they're saying, but I have
How
to
do
see
you
them.
see what they're saying?
I've watched the Sioux for so long. They're always telling us something. They're always telling us a story.
So, if there was a story they were trying to tell about being angry and feeling betrayed
His eyes
by
widen.
someone,
They would look angry. We have
They-
to open these shutters.
Is it possible we could communicate with them outside? Protective suits, something? Attempt a more direct, face-to-face communication.
He's back at the shutter and feeling around for controls and finding buttons, and he starts to say something, but then the shutter starts coming up and it surprises him. And then he's happy.
Oop.
Oh! They're
Mike, you were
out
having
there.
way too much fun with this impression.
yes, I want to punch this guy.
Perfect. But he's so friendly.
Yeah, about that. You could be a nice person and still be obnoxious.
Yep.
Did he lower the shutter, or did something else? Or did it happen just as he was randomly messing with it?
Go ahead and roll. I would put it at either Wiz or Intelligence Notice, and this would qualify for your hyper acuity if you want to use it.
I'll just activate Hyper Acuity.
Okay. Completely coincidental.
That's what it felt like.
uh, he sits in one of the plush seats and looks out the window as the shutter is rising.
How much more time do I have until I'm supposed to meet my new friend?
About a half hour.
Okay. How long did it take us to get in here?
At the pace Dylan was going, 20 minutes. You can probably cut that down to 10 or 12. If you hustle, you could probably get it all the way down to anywhere from 5 to 8.
Alright, so Cap will tell Nemo to stay with Dylan.
Or Captain. Keep an eye on him.
And see what you can find out. I'm going to try another avenue of investigation.
Let me make a suggestion. I think it might be prudent for Dude to remain here as well.
I sort of agreed to meet one of the security guards.
See, the issue I'm thinking of is that glances over to Dylan, and well, he's not exactly a reliable witness, and I can't actually feel whatever the sewer are trying to communicate. So it might be better to have to someone else present here as well, who would actually be able to feel it and well, be easier to communicate reliably with.
Cap looks at Dude.
Yeah, I think he's right. I think it'll be safe, Cap. Stay in touch, obviously.
Of course.
And anyone looks at Dude, I'll stay here to make sure that you're okay.
I appreciate that.
And I'll be with one of our trusty security guards.
Is Cap going right now?
She'll make her way back, yes.
Okay, so she's gonna get there a bit ahead of time.
Yeah, but she wants to like try to not get caught coming out of there.
Okay. Gotcha. While Cap is making her way back down the corridor, Dylan has satisfied himself with watching out the window.
Are they saying anything, man? Do we even see any Sue?
You see what could be Sue? Off in the distance, there are electrical and magnetic and various disruptions of the fire and lightning out there. Mostly just the fire. But nothing that is taking a shape. I vaguely recall we talked about Nemo's gift and adjusted it a little bit, right? No, we were talking about the face-off, right? Okay. Which he does not have yet, if at all. Okay. Yeah, no, it is difficult to distinguish between that was just an arc of energy because there's so much out there and the atmosphere is so strange, versus that was a deliberate, separate action.
Nemo will look to Dylan. Can you feel them out there?
No, you only feel them when they come to you. When they want you
It's-
to.
You can't reach out to them, call them.
No. No. I think I can.
Do you think it would be possible? I mean, they're obviously communicating one way, so isn't it possible to go for the link to go the other way as well?
I think all this. I think it all blocks it. If you walked out into the fire, no suit, just skin to sue.
Yeah, let me stop you right there, man. That'd put you at dead.
No, they will protect us.
How long does Nemo think you're able to survive atmospheric contact?
Nemo or human?
Nemo,
Um, he would begin melting and losing functionality very quickly, within a few seconds. He's not made of starship grade metal. In fact, his circuits are affected by heat and cold.
so total loss of function within, say, a minute at most?
A minute at most.
Okay.
Yeah, he can survive in space as an android, because space isn't transferring all of that cold into him. It isn't sucking
No.
all the heat out of him. Going out into an atmosphere inferno would put him down within less than a minute. Well, we'll say within a minute.
He'll sort of lower his voice a little to talk to you down. A careful estimate would I'd lose all functionality within 60 seconds at most of unprotected exposure. But
The Sioux will
perhaps someone
protect
could
you.
go out and initiate contact wearing a suit and then experimentally remove that suit and see what happens. That would only be a few seconds, which I'd be able to survive, albeit with some damage.
I may have missed a bit. Is Nemo talking about someone else or himself?
Himself.
Okay.
He was
Yeah.
theorizing that he wearing protection, he could walk out there and then try to remove the helmet and put it back on if he's melting.
Cat would not be happy with this. But she's not there, so.
It would certainly be less of a gamble, less of a. He was mindful of the expression "leap of faith."
Dylan is leaning forward with his hand pressed against the transparent ceramic. Shakes his head. The Sioux will protect us.
I like your confidence.
However, the problem remains that even if I were to do that, there is a distinct possibility that I would not, in fact, be able to communicate with them at all, due to, well, their seeming lack of ability to affect me. Any thoughts on this? Well, what to do?
You cut out.
Oh man. Well,
Yeah, man, I think this guy's a little too tied up in the idea that these things are benevolent. I really don't trust that he actually knows what the hell is going on.
But it seems, well, it seems without question that they are in fact sentient on some level and seeking to communicate.
Oh, absolutely. I just don't think that that's actually good.
And if they are seeking to establish communications and they are capable of controlling the environment, controlling the heat, and creating corridors, then it's not impossible that they could actually do what Dylan is suggesting. The problem is, would they realize that they have to?
Oh, yeah.
But if they did assist in building all of this, then that would indicate that they do realize that humans are unable to survive exposure.
How long? What's the time frame between when people got to this place and when the Sioux dropped off those, panels?
Did any of the information that Nemo has read say anything about that?
No, it didn't give specific timeframes on that. It was giving you the myth, the legend version, rather than the historical.
Dylan, do you happen to know when this was built? He indicates the viewing area.
He looks over.
When was the change from just mining colony to this? How long has it been here?
It's been here. It's been here 10 years? Maybe it was more.
Well, that should be long enough time for them to realize that humans are depending on it.
Well, yeah, my point though is that might take that long again for them to realize you can't just walk out there and okay. Like, I don't know that I would want to rely on their sense of time.
No.
Well,
I think we're back to the most reliable, to that optimal approach of me trying to initiate contact as well, just solely on the basis of the fact that I'd be able to survive the seconds of exposure without permanent damage that would be necessary to verify if they're actually protecting us or not. I might need a new face afterwards, but there would be solutions for that.
There's got to be some kind of suit that can withstand this shit. They can't have built this whole place without any exposure to the atmosphere.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure that they have specialized atmospheric suits for outside maintenance work.
In fact, your vac suits will survive for far longer than a minute. Your vac suits will let you travel around out there.
Right, so the issue is just that in order to test if the Sioux are actually capable and willing to protect someone, someone would have to remove at least part of that protection.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, I would be the optimal candidate for that.
He'd be the only candidate for that.
Right.
There they are. They're coming.
We'll turn to look and focus on the see if you can make out anything in the patterns of flashing energy.
Mm-hmm. There's something out there. It's kind of far away still. However, Nemo does hear his what he's been hearing. The sewer ready. It's slightly buried this time. The sewer ready, and they don't seem angry anymore. Staff up the bend.
That's interesting. Whoever is observing the Sue and the official channel are apparently able to assess their mood as well.
Dylan says, all you have to do is watch them. And he turns back to Nemo with a little bit more serious look on his face. A little bit more lucid. It's like sign language. You have to know what the movements mean. Except it's like Japanese sign language. You have to know what the movement means and how it means something different where it is.
I see. Have you thought about writing any of this down? Like maybe create a sort of language guide?
It's I have a lot of it. It's in my room.
I'd love to see that. If you could you talk me through the movements? Describe what they mean as they're doing them, and sit next to them and watch the movements very carefully.
Dylan refocuses his attention on the distant flickers that, again, it looks like they could just be atmospheric disturbances. The entire planet is on fire.
Nemo is willing to extend the benefit of the doubt to him here, so I'll absolutely initiate the process of learning what he claims to be that sign language.
Well, Dylan waits for it and then points out a little squiggly movement that is repeated, on the window, repeated a few inches away, and then a few more inches to the left, and then a few more right, and then a few more inches to the right, and it just at that point looks like an atmospheric disturbance that's just pushing through the flames. But he holds up a finger, says, wait, second finger, third finger. He counts up to 5 and then down to 7. Brings his fingers back down to 7, and then points again. And a half second after he points, the pattern repeats. They're ready. That means they want to perform.
So they're waiting for a crowd now?
Oh, yes. They love the people.
And they want as many people as possible to see their performance.
Yes. We give them joy.
What happens if people don't show up? Do they leave? Do they stay until people are there?
When there's not many people, they just focus on the people that are there. It's an intense experience.
Let me know if you start to feel anything unusual.
Oh, absolutely. This has never stopped feeling creepy to me.
Let's move over to Cap. Cap has made her way all the way down the corridor and is trying to assess a good time to get out, but it's a little bit difficult to see because, well, there are no peepholes in this. Are you double muted? Okay.
Crack the door open. Just
Okay.
a little bit.
Excuse me. Cap peers out. She doesn't see anybody looking at her. but she's only able to see in one direction, and the cafe area is pretty far away. Still visible, and it's very likely that anyone over there is too far away to see how much, to see with how little she's cracked the door. But like I said, that also makes it difficult for her to assess when it's safe to leave, when it's safe to exit.
She's just gonna have to take her chances, and she can always claim she got lost.
You want to go ahead and
Looking for a restroom.
go ahead and roll me I'm not even sure. I think just default Dex sneak.
Not charisma sneak.
Not charisma sneak. That's terrible, dude.
My roll?
No, this dude posted a bread cutting image.
I found that a while ago.
Okay. Cap exits the hidden passageway. Nobody's jumping up, screaming and hollering, or running at her.
All right, so she'll make her way down towards the place where there were the guards.
Okay. The security checkpoint.
Yep.
Okay. She makes her way. The same pretty guard is still there with his helmet off, while there's another one that is standing there with his helmet on. Casten beams a big smile when Cap comes up, and you came alone today. That's great. Or not today.
Oh.
You came back alone. That's great.
You know, my companion's just a friend.
You're not close, are you? 'Cause let's go see the Sioux.
Sounds good.
And he turns and starts walking and says to the other guard, "Alright, man. I'm gonna take her back. We're relieved in a couple minutes anyway, so let's give her an early access."
I imagine the other guard probably doesn't give a shit.
You do actually hear that there's somebody inside the other combat field uniform. He says, "Understood," and remains at his post while Casten walks Cap past him.
Okay.
Casten takes her along the road to the bend. Let me rearrange where people are here. And doesn't take her directly into the amphitheater, although you pass by it, you do see where you do see some of the other staff there that are just kind of keeping the place clean. It's that same kind of pointless busy work of people who are waiting for the public announcement of the Sioux. And Casten says, "It gets pretty quiet here when the Sioux ain't performing."
I would imagine it gets very busy when they are, though.
The crowd surges. Come on, I can take you to a little bit, little closer front row seat.
She gives him a dazzling smile.
He returns it. And he reaches back and takes her hand.
She will allow it. Poor guy. I feel so bad for this poor guard.
He picks up the pace, takes her through the amphitheater, along the outskirt of it, and down a hallway. He's not challenged, although you do see other staff in there that step out of his way. And then get to a hatch going with a ladder down.
So there are closer seats than in front of the window?
Well, it's not really closer. It's just closer to the ground. We could also go up, but I think the view from the ground is... it brings more of the sense of majesty of how huge these things are.
Lead the way then.
He climbs down the ladder. The small room that she's looking down into, or that she descends into if she does climb down, looks similar to the one that she was in with Dylan Ray. It's clearly designed for guests to sit and observe in a much more private environment than the large amphitheater. And Castan even says that this is usually reserved for exceptionally wealthy and influential guests.
And they won't mind you bringing me here?
I would get fired within a heartbeat. Maybe even thrown out the window.
Well, I certainly hope that doesn't happen.
No, I'm kidding. No, I would have to go and find a job at the mines, though. I think this is worth it. And he doesn't sit down. He moves toward the window, which is not shuttered. Silver points against the glass. See all the way over there?
She'll move up next to him and look.
Sometimes I think they're playing like football or baseball. You can see this squiggly line just kind of arcing across, like they're throwing fire back and forth.
Do you think they try to speak to people?
That's hard to say.
Through their displays?
That's hard to say. I don't believe in random chance much. Glances over at her. I don't think it was a coincidence that you came walking up the road when none of the cars would come, because they knew it was closed. He looks back out the window. Says, I think they're telling us stories, and what people say when everyone in the amphitheater comes out and they experienced the same story, they can all tell you, each and every one of them, without even hearing each other say it, that it was a story of two lovers that were torn apart by powerful forces, and people insert their various things, by corporations or by government or by their parents, but that they found a way. And he starts cracking up, not cracking up like laughing, but cracking up as in his voice, and says, but that they found a way to be together, and then they were taken apart again, and they couldn't bear it and they kill each other, or they kill themselves. You can't have hundreds or thousands of people telling that same story if that isn't the story that was told.
I agree. Oh, I'm very much looking forward to this. Thank you. And I really hope you don't lose your job.
I'll just tell them that your dazzling smile won me over.
She grins.
And despite all the kind of subtle suggestions, he does not actually make a move on Cap. He's not trying to sidle closer to her. He's just standing at the window and peering through it. Eventually, and I'll address the both of you with this, eventually those little waves, what Dylan described as basically a "we're ready" signal, and what Castan described as, well, maybe they're throwing fire back and forth. That ends. None of you are in a position to observe this, so you don't. The Sioux seem to approach closer. I'm sorry, the thing that you don't observe, I did not say. What I just said, you are observing.
Mm-hmm.
If that's not confusing enough.
Thanks, Mike.
You can assume that the call went out and that the public now knows, or the paying public now know that there is a performance beginning again. On the the Nemo and Dude level, Dylan is looking a little bit less exuberant. Oh.
Something wrong?
I've never seen this before.
They feel upset? Angry?
No, not upset, not angry.
And what?
This is it's sadness. Dude is feeling that a little bit too. It's very mild, not even enough for a saving throw. But there is a wave that could be described, or a sensation that could be described as glum. Not actually sadness. Dylan's using the wrong word. Just glum. Down at Cap, Castan is pretty much the opposite. He's smiling and enjoying the view as they get closer, but he turns, his smile starts turning upside down too, for no explainable reason. Although Cap can start to feel just like a dude, just kind of a glum coming over her. It doesn't feel like it's coming from the Sioux. There's no direction to it.
She'll look at Casta and say, "Is This isn't what people normally feel, is it?
I don't know. I mean, even when people come out telling the tale of tragic lovers, they're still awed and amazed by it.
And this is different. It's kind of a question.
He kind of nods. He backs off from the window and sits down in the chair. Up above with Dude and Nemo, Dylan is still pressed against the window. He's got both hands pressed against it. He practically has his face smashed against it, except he's probably learned at some point over the years that that just makes it harder to see. And he is studiously watching the Sioux as they approach. A few minutes pass by for each of you. Still at the top with with Dude and Nemo. Cap and Dude is such a joined phrase now.
Yeah.
So still at the top with Dude and Nemo. The glum sensation isn't getting any stronger. It's kind of just idling. In fact, you might say that if it got any stronger, well, let me start that over here. You might say that if you were inclined to leave, that then you might be needing to make a mental save. It's like a train wreck. It feels like something is just keeping you here. One moment, please. One of the problems with trimming my beard the way I do with clippers is that clippers create jagged edges. Or
cut yourself on your beard.
No, not cut. The clippers create almost cuts in the hair. And if you do anything with a beard and you dislodge one of those, now you've got a tiny, tiny little hair stuck in the finger, and it feels like a bristle. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, that's fun.
So get rid of the beard?
No, the beard is hiding some of the flab I've put on. It is making my face look more how I want my face to look.
What you need is a fake beard when you present yourself to the public.
That might work.
I don't really have much of a stake in how you'd like your face to be presented. So.
No, it's almost entirely because of it's the same thing that women go through. You have to look a certain way. As a man, I experience that too, except, I'm not trying to look like a woman. But that whole projection of a certain standardized look hits me.
No one's judging you if you want to.
Yep. But I realize that that's part of what it is. Anyways, back here. Dylan's brow crinkles a little bit. And don't worry, we're getting close to the end here. Dylan's brow crinkles a little bit. And he says, It's not sadness. This is a warning. There, there. See that, and he points at a kind of a rolling spiral that's starting to manifest as the Sioux come up. In fact, it looks like it is rolling the opposite way of the direction they're moving. They're clearly moving closer, but if that spiral were a physical object, it should be taking them farther away. There are a couple other flashes of lightning and fire and other motions that Dylan is pointing out. A lot of which he's saying, I've never seen that before. But some he's interpreting from the many plays that they seem to have put on as tragic in some way. There's not much to add down with Cap. Castan is still kind of sitting at a seat watching, and now it really is like watching a train wreck or a sad movie. There's just this wash of sadness that is hitting them both, and he's not even trying to move. As I said, if Cap tries to leave, she would probably need to be making a mental save.
She'll actually move towards, stay at the window.
Okay.
And watch, and she'll type out a message to Nemo that says, "Are you getting this?"
Nemo gets the message.
Is Nemo getting anything at all from them?
Nope.
From the zoo?
He is not.
But
he's
observing
in a room with two people who are.
Yes. I'll let Matt describe how affected Dude appears to be, but Dylan is. I mean, he's talking about how he's feeling.
Yeah, and Nemo will be hyper-intuitively studying both Dylan and Dude as much as he can without taking focus from trying to piece together the zoo sign language.
That is going to be require more focus from him. He can hyper acuity one or the other as long as he kind of keep them in his line of sight. But if he's trying to focus on both of them and the Sioux, that may be just a little bit too much to ask of him.
Focus on Dude then and the Sioux.
Okay. So Matt, Nemo is intensely, incredibly computationally aware of facial movements, expressions, everything that goes into how people show their emotions, even when hiding them.
I mean, I don't think Dude would even be trying to hide anything. I mean, going from the previous experience, he's aware this isn't coming from him, because it's obvious it's coming from external. So he's just trying to process the feeling and try to set it aside. He's trying not to dwell on what's going on outside of this particular situation that might be tying into depressing, unhappy thoughts. He's visibly trying to keep his equilibrium.
Okay.
and you'd actually say to Dylan, "Are you? I mean, if you think it's a warning, man, how do you think this is? Do you think they know something?"
He nods his head. I think they know something is coming.
Boy, that really seems ominous to dude.
What? Why?
Gee, can't possibly think of a situation that might be coming up really soon. Dude triggers a voice comm to Colleen. Does she pick up?
Go for Colleen.
Mm-hmm. I think, you know, the indigenous psychic space alien things that are hanging around on this planet?
Yes.
Well,
I'm gonna pause you right there, Matt,
mm-hmm.
because they have approached to what seems to be their normal performance distance at this point, and you hear Dylan say, "Oh no," and all of you, except for Nemo, feel like you're on fire. It is an intense, burning sensation. The pain is definitely muted. You're not screaming in agony, but it feels like you're on fire and like everything around you is burning to ash. You can make a mental save to kind of process through the effects a little bit more clearly.
Mental. Uh-oh.
If you make the save, you can try and process the sensation a little bit more clearly, kind of like lucid dreaming. Separate out what is actually happening and kind of detach yourself and you can't see anything, but you can kind of experience it without feeling like you're experiencing it. Failing to save means you're just experiencing it. And if you did make the save, Cap, you can also peer out, and Nemo can do this too. You can peer out, and there are crackles of lightning that you'd swear are making a cartoonish villain figure.
And who is it?
It's a cartoonish villain. It's not doesn't appear to actually represent anything, but except for just a cartoonish villain.
So he's wearing a black top hat and twirling his mustache?
No, more like give a better reference than that. More like the I think the Hercules villain is
Hades?
Disney's is Hercules. Oh yes, Hades. Yes, that's actually what I'm going for. I was gonna say Face at first, but the kind of bulky, rounded, but with a large head with a thick neck and pointy ears, glowing eyes, and sharp teeth. And then that image it just goes away. and there's no sign of the Sioux as being separate from the fire. Now, Matt, continue with your conversation with Colleen.
Well, yeah. Considering the mental save failure right in the middle of that. Can I make another mental save to not scream out, "Oh Jesus Christ, I'm on fire"?
You don't actually need to make that mental save. You can not scream out, "Oh Jesus Christ." You can not scream out. You can choose not to scream out.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, there's actually more of a shift in the direction of not screaming out.
But failing the save means I can't. I don't feel like this is fake. I feel like I'm actually on fire.
You're experiencing it without the pain. The failing to save just means that you couldn't really notice the Sioux outside. Failing to save just means that you can't separate yourself from the experience and look on the experience as an observer. You are observing it from within. So
And
yeah,
this is the full experience, pain and everything, right?
no, the pain is heavily muted.
Okay.
You'll be able to tell later on that, hey, that's not what being on fire feels like. Or it's not what it physically feels like, but it seems to have captured the mental atmosphere of being on fire fairly well, just not the nerve sensation.
Because dude has a lot of experience on that.
He might. He makes explosives and sets people on fire. According to the news.
Yeah.
But it's not even as painful as burning yourself on the stove. Or on a hot gear shift. It's probably even more mild than a steering wheel on a hot day.
All right. So he's definitely disconcerted. Colleen, there is a distinct pause on the other end of Colleen's conversation.
Hello?
Yeah, give me a minute.
Sure, my jank's up.
Mm-hmm. Dude just kind of goes, fair enough. And he stands there and tries to breathe for a minute to see if this is going to settle. Is this an ongoing?
No, it's as soon as the villainous cartoon villain figure disappeared, the sensation began to fade and faded fairly quickly.
All right. How did Dylan seem to take that?
He is on his knees crying.
All right.
Castan is he clearly felt the full experience.
I didn't expect him to have a strong mental save.
He is shaken and staring. And you see the shutters start coming back down.
They don't normally leave them up?
They do normally leave them up.
She'll kind of kneel down in front of him and say, kind of try to shake him out of it a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He looks at her.
Are you alright?
Whew. He sits up a little bit straighter. Says, sits up a little bit straighter. Composes his face. Brings a smile at us. That was intense, right?
And I think it was bad.
His smile fades. He watches the shutter finish closing. Yeah, it felt that way, didn't it?
It did. It felt like it was a warning.
Brings a smile back. This time it's so clear it's forced. I'm sure it's just part of the act.
She gives him a very serious look and says, I don't think either one of us believes that.
He keeps on smiling. No, we don't.
So what are we
But-
going to do about it?
But I have to act like we do. His forced smile is getting better. He's clearly very good at what he's doing right now.
She will take his hands in hers, hold them, and say, what's going to happen? What's going to be done?
He shakes his head a little, not as in saying he doesn't know, as in saying, I can't believe I'm saying this. Looks at the closed shutter, can't look at her, doesn't look at her, says, it'll get covered up. The culture team will bring extra refreshments. Smile brighter. In a few hours, the only memory of this will be, why wasn't there a show today? That's how we work.
So things like this have happened before.
No, this is new. Well, okay. We were concerned at first when the Sioux seemed like they were attacking tourist ships. But they never actually did.
Do you think they were trying to warn them off?
I don't think so. I don't really understand all of it. But the people above decided there was no danger, and we just do our job. This motions at the closed shutter, or well, the window beyond it. This feels personal.
I'm inclined to agree.
Now, what do you mean when you say we? What are we going to do about this? What does that mean to you?
If there is some sort of situation and your people need help with it, and I can help,
He brings
and
back
I
the
can
smile.
help you,
Brings back his smile, and it's hard to tell if it's forced or not, or if it's fake or not. It says, I knew there was something special about you.
She just kind of shrugs a little bit. She says, I have a ship in orbit. I can, if we need to evacuate people, I can take people onto my ship.
Yeah.
Not a vast amount.
You know how many tourists are here right now?
Probably a lot.
Last count I saw over 7,000.
How many people can I fit on my ship?
I don't think more than a few hundred.
Yeah.
Well, hey, it's a few hundred. And she'll say, I can take a few hundred. There were other ships in orbit or in the area.
Yeah, okay. We'll trade comms and keep in touch. I better get back out there.
Yes.
I imagine I'm gonna have some cleanup orders.
Probably. And I don't want you to get in any trouble on my account.
Thank you, ma'am.
She'll pat his hands and give him her comm.
Okay. Alright, let's go back above to Dude reeling from the firestorm.
Yeah, well, he'll, now that it's kind of settled down, he'll be back to Colleen.
Go for Colleen.
Sorry about that. So, yeah, I think the energy beings, whatever the hell you want, our resident thing whisperer here. He's trying to say this quietly. I'm assuming Dylan is sort of
He's
down for the count, kind of.
he's just kneeling and sobbing into his hands.
Gotcha. Yeah. So dude would have like backed up to the back edge of the room. So, A-Theme seems to think that he was talking about it as some kind of warning, and then there was a big flash of real negative energy coming from those things.
Huh.
Yeah, like I felt for a little bit like I was just on fire. And I'm assuming that that's probably in line with the kind of sensation I would get on another level if you cracked open the environment stuff and we got covered in what's out there.
Probably.
Yeah, and I don't know. I got the impression from these things that that was a bad thing, because they flashed up some kind of like demon-looking, angry, evil
Dude didn't actually see that.
Oh, dude didn't see that?
Dude didn't see that. He was not composed enough to be able to
Gotcha.
see that.
Okay, so only Cap got that.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And Nemo.
Cap will be. Yeah, because Nemo's not affected.
Yes. Hooray for
So-
being an android.
Yeah, so walk that back. Yeah, I felt like I was on fire, and I felt like that was I mean, if this guy's right and it was some kind of warning, I think they know what you're trying to do, and I don't think they think it's a good thing. And I think these
Nobody
things
thinks it's a good thing.
well, then how the hell are we doing it?
Money,
Yeah,
influence,
that ain't a good
friends.
that ain't a good enough reason for any of this shit.
Mike, it's almost 20 past now.
It is almost 20 past now. Yep, I just wanted to let Dude finish that conversation with Colleen, and then I was going to call it.
Yeah, I think at that response, Dude would try to conference in Cap, and I think that'll probably be a fine spot to call it.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and call the game there.
Dun dun